the rivers, beside golden sands too. Listen up, Perth, this anthem's for you. All over town, Perth, Swan, cricket lighting the way. The great game of cricket, we live it every day. The pitch, it's a battle of will. The smell of the turf and the cheers that still thrill. Grass beneath our feet, we sweat and we grind. The heart of Perth Swan, we're one of a kind. So come, raise your voices, let the anthem ring. We're the pride of Perth Swan. Hear the songs we all sing. Perth Swan's on fire. Cricket is igniting the flame, rocking the globe with the sound of the game. Perth Swan's on fire, feel the energy soar. When the crowd starts roaring, we're ready for more. The community sports show, the
across the globe. You're here on the Community Sports Show. As umpire Tony Cookrow gives a wave to the scorers, it is time to get underway. It is week 6, round 6 for the Perth Swan Cricket Association one-day C-grade competition, which is where we are today. My home club, Middle Swan, up against Bullsbrook. Full transparency, I am here in a broadcasting capacity, so I am neutral. I'll call it as I said. I've already put people on notice. Earlier today, Bullsbrook winning the toss, electing to bat. Perfect conditions out here, barely a cloud in the sky. Middle Swan with the job ahead of them against an undefeated Bullsbrook side. That's that one. Worked away on the leg side. We'll wait on the umpire's call. Hasn't made it, so they'll just take the runs. We've seen during last night's review show extras critical. I can tell you it is the captain, Gareth van der Elst. Out there, he did get the round of applause at the beginning, and here's with Rory Crosby. Bowler, Jade Moyles, left hand up for Middle Swan. Moyles comes in. Good response by the bowler. This match proudly brought to you thanks to our platinum sponsors. Vision Decor for all your curtain blinds, awnings, even hybrid floorings, as well as ID Athletic. Your sporting apparel and club promotional merchandise, ID Athletic can help you build your identity. As Moyles comes in, finishes off with a dot and a steady start for both sides there. Running over in the book, one or none for 4 after 1. Handful of changes for both sides. One side losing Brandon Wilson and Joel Hugo, as well as the club veterans Ashley Weasel Thomas. He's gone down to I grade. Help out after a couple of back-to-back wins for the I grade. Banter up out there for the 78s. Tries to catch it, just falls wide. Half chance. Oh, just Downing. Paying. This is Dad here. Dad Glenn Downing, former player for Helena Valley. First time in 4 years Glenn's had a game. He's out there with the gloves on as his son comes into bowl. Well, his teammates liked it, and why not? Top balls are good balls in this one-day format. 40 overs maximum. 8 overs maximum for each bowler. Of course, you can have less. Downing just gets pushed away. Bullsbrook last week didn't really have to fight. An easy, comfortable win over Forestfield. Clapping goes on out there. I always like a bit of enthusiasm. ball. 2 overs gone. Good one there for down into open, just the one off it. Bullsbrook none for 5 after 2. Big shout out to you all. Can see a crowd online. Thanks for joining me this afternoon, wherever you are across the globe. A big shout out to Mr. Cheese, Mark Forthrop, in Warwickshire, over in the UK. Ulster and Ragley Cricket Club. Over here in Perth, first test for the Ashes underway next week. Cameraman to take that in a fraction. So into the middle Swan side today, James Wynne Stanley, Corey Kelly, Jacob Burns and Glenn Downing. Some experience in that lineup for sure. Have an opportunity to show what they've got later on. Well, for Bullsbrook back in, skipper Gareth van der Elst. He's joined by a bloke private, don't know who that is. Riley McCarran, Mitch Crosby and former Middle Swan player Gary Clark. He lives up that way, or he used to live up that way, may still. Into the side. Currently sitting at number 12, Clarkey. We'll see whether he gets a gig or in what capacity. Shout out to the South Island of New Zealand, home of Jade Moyles. Beautiful part of the world, got wiped out with some severe storms the other week, so all the sports over there. Big shout out to you. Hope you're on the mend and making the changes you need to keep going. Making changes, well, they're going to give chase here. Smith, the captain, beats it to 2. Going to be tied here early, Middle Swan. Just build that pressure on the Bullsbrook batsman. That one towards the acknowledgement of his teammates. Three overs down. Bullsbrook none for 7. Oh, nice solid defence. Van der Elst on 4. Crosby on 3, not out. 37 last week, Rory Crosby. A very handy 5 for 19 as well, so expect to see plenty more of Rory throughout the day. Josh down and continues. Tries to catch it, but optimistic as that one. Over the head of the infield, no 30-metre boundary rule or no field restrictions in C grade. Only those that are self-imposed. 4 runs to Van der Elst. Intent to watch that one through. Umpire just signals square leg. Couple to come. Van der Elst leans forward, pushes it away. You don't sit on top of the ladder undefeated without a defence. And that's what he uses to finish off the over with a couple of dots. Good couple of overs there by Middle Swan, just a couple of runs coming off them. And after 4 overs, Bullsbrook none for 11. On our, I should say, on our Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Hopefully these Bullsbrook players will drive past it on the way home. Have something for dinner. I won't be having afternoon tea, don't have that here. Well, just drifting down leg, allows the batsman plenty of time to work that away. It's meant to be mindful here, Middle Swan, left-right combo in the centre. And with the ball, Miles comes in. And I say with a smile, I just heard the dulcet tones of Jacob Burns out there. Eros at the side today. Tries to catch it over the head. Slow outfield. Just falls across the boundary for 4. In for a breakthrough here. Couple of them asked. Tony Cookrow, though, he's been around. I'm going to say he's old, but he's a seasoned campaigner. Won't be fooled. Well, wherever you are, this broadcast is proudly brought to you thanks to Vision Decor and ID Athletic, our platinum sponsors of the Community Sports Show, have been for a number of years. Please support those that support us and allow us to take local sport to you across the globe. As New Zealand at Jade Moyles comes in. Bigger appeal that time. Still no decision in the affirmative, so he'll finish with a dot. And he moves to none for 11 off 3. The Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard, it is Bullsbrook. None for 16 after 5. And that is the way you do it. You take the fielders out of the equation and do it all yourself. And that is the breakthrough that Middle Swan were looking for. Josh Downing is the man that gets the job done. Good ball. The defence fails on this occasion, and Downing gets the breakthrough for Middle Swan, and it's Rory Crosby out for 4 off 10. Oh, Josh Downing, Middle Swan. See Bullsbrook on 1 for 16. Well, that'll get the confidence up there for Middle Swan. They've been working hard to keep this Bullsbrook attacking lineup run deficient. It looks like we've got a Rory for a Rory. Bit of laughter out there. Middle Swan and Bullsbrook have known each other, as I said, for a long time. In the Perth Swan Cricket Association, Bullsbrook, you'd say the closest club to them here is definitely in a straight line would be Middle Swan. Ellenbrook could be closer as the crow flies. Literally just straight up the highway. And now Rory Bennett comes out under the pump. Downing comes in and straight in at the stumps. Good first ball from Glendown into the incoming batsman. Oh, he's almost got a father-son combo there. Wow. The banter is up, the confidence. Well, 1 wicket does sometimes get to. They need to work on the second here now though. This side missing Brandon Girardi, another former player of Middle Swans now playing for Bullsbrook. Out today, he would normally open. Big shout out to Girardi. And speaking of shout outs, a big shout out to our association president, Paul Fernie, and his 300th for Ellenbrook. And he is hoping young Josh Downing pull out a number like that for the 78s. Bennett on strike. Gets squared up. That's the end of the over. 6 overs gone. 1 for 16. A wicket maiden there. few other matches going on for C grade. We've got Caversham up against Helena Valley. SKLP taking on Carlisle. And Brabham up against Forestfield. Get some scores from around the grounds later. Jade Moyles draws the shot. Can't get the connection. Moyles comes in for Middle Swan. Into the pads, play on the legs. Oh, I think it's the pads. We'll wait on umpire Tony Cookero, who I'm pleased to report agrees with me. Nice to know I can still see and hear, despite the rumours of many players out there. Cheeky people. So that brings Rory Bennett to the crease. First time he's seen Jade Moyles this afternoon. I think they might also been close there, but worked off the bottom of the bat. Well done, Rory. I was in. I guess with a smile on my face, left-handers just have that additional challenge of finding the line they can put it on. The score moves to 1 for 19. Round the grounds, Caversham 1 for 18 against Helena Valley. Brabham none for 24. And no score on the page for SKLP versus Carlisle at the moment. But here, 1 for 19 after 7. Confidently watched. Using all 4 prongs of that rate to get that out. Downing continues. A to bowl and B to pester the batsman. Well, hands on heads. Not to be there. Van der Elst on 13, Rory Bennett on 1. Bullsbrook 1 for 19. That's the field. And made the boundary. They'll turn and come back for a couple. Van der Elst with the pair off the last ball. 1 for 21 after 8. You're on the Community Sports Show with me, Noel Nosey Johnston, coming to you live from Jackman Oval in Middle Swan. It is the home of the oldest cricket club in Western Australia. My club, the Sydney Eights, looking to break the clean run of Bullsbrook so far. Started to get comfortable with the bowling attack. Come back for 2. Jade Moyles with the chance has the newer batsman Rory Bennett on strike. It's a hand to it to stop it going any further. Diving effort allows a single. Van der Elst, skipper for Bullsbrook, on to strike. He liked a bit of that, couldn't connect though, and will enjoy the fact that the swing, just indicating to the umpire, it was a little wide, so they'll get that one as an extra. Well, again, just then challenged here with left-right combo. Bullsbrook, they moved to 1 for 26. He's got his line, he's going to call them as he does, and the old adage We don't mind so long as it's consistent all day. Had that many a year. There's an umpire. Sorry, Kelly, one of the ends does the field in there. Catch it going, held it as it rolls along the ground and is stopped. Into the over. 9 overs gone, 1 for 27. On the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard, Bullsbrook 1 for 27 after 9. Current run rate of 3 and over. Last week defeating Forestfield, been on 3 for 118 off 20, so slower than they're used to at the moment. Bullsbrook. They're all saying, value your wicket, hang around, the runs will come. Oh, that one's good. Well taken there by Glenn Downing. Into this middle Swan side for the first time. Glenn keeping to his son Josh. Nothing the batsman can do there except just defend. Bat on ball into the ground. Well, it is the curse of several clubs at the moment, and it seems to have infected Middle Swan here as well. Extras. I call them out on the Intersport Slater Gartrell Friday night review shows. Not that shall remain nameless, giving 70 extras away last week. Admittedly, 30 of those in penalties for slow over rates. Downing can't tempt him, but he won't mind the dot. Big shout out to you online. I can see you there. Good morning. Or good afternoon. Maybe it's night time where you are. Good night. Sounds strange to say in the middle of the afternoon, but wherever you are, you're here on the Community Sports Show. It's Josh Downing does his job from the northern end. It's another dot to the collection. And 10 overs gone on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. We see Bullsbrook. Just wait for the main one to update there. One for 28 after 10. Always nice to be reassured that I got it right. Bowling change here now. 5 overs for Jade Moyles. Looks like it's going to be Jeffrey Hammond coming into the lineup for Middle Swan here. The captain, Alex Smith, makes some adjustments. To the field. Well, I often say bowling changes get breakthroughs. Middle Swan looking for one here now as Bullsbrook 1 for 28. Good opening 10 by the home side here. Just need to keep that lid on now as Hammond comes in and immediately draws the shot. Quick single. Well, Rory Bennett and Gareth van der Elst, the men with the responsibility at the moment for the Bullsbrook side. The only dismissal earlier, Rory Crosby out for 4. Good start here by Hammond. Bullsbrook playing the watch game here. Easy dot there. Emerging to the ground. This time finds the gap and settle for 1. As Van der Elst moves to 17. Will retain the strike. A good opening over there by Jeff Hammond. Jeffrey to his mum and dad. And for 2, his opening over. Well, bowling change from one end. Squeezing the pressure in on the Bullsbrook batsman. Incoming bowler to replace Josh Downing will be Brett Reinholdston. With the first ball, I'm not sure how much disrespect there was in that shot, just went for the slash. Brett, part of the committee here this year, his dad Paul, former club president and former association president of the old Swan Cricket Association, which merged with the Swan Arena, I should say. Sorry, Paul, I'll get in trouble for that. Paul Reinholdston, the president of the Swan Arena. was merged with Perth Cricket to become the PSCA. Desperate dive. Well, you'll be watching that one later. Mindful of the camera, the efforts coming up, as does the breeze, and a nice one, I have to say. Cuts 4 down to 3. Easy ball to watch through there. With Ryan Holston up in the block hole there. Bennett unable to get him away. Despite my harsh judgment, just the 4 extras so far. Kelly gives chase, keeps it to 1. Just want to take a quick second here to wish my granddaughter a happy birthday. I'm missing her birthday to be here today. Sorry I can't be with you, Amelia. Happy birthday to you. Hope you have a good one. Charlie suddenly realises I'm talking on air as we get into the 13th over. Bullsbrook 1 for 34. It's going to be Hammond to continue from the southern or broadcast end. Comes in. Gets that one away. Chase. It's a single. Hammond comes in. The cut, the top edge over the top. Races away. Just beats free, but it'll be one that they'll talk about later. Chances. Well, when they come, you've got to take them. Middlesbrough, no doubt, stepping up their intensity out there at the moment. Keen to keep a lid on this Bullsbrook opening attack. Just the 1 wicket so far. Rory Crosby for 4. Van der Elst is on 22, while Rory Bennett is on 7. And wow, dragged it backwards, but not enough. Rolls away from the stumps. Another good over for Middle Swan. 1 for 38. Bullsbrook after 13 overs. And the ground Cavish and 2 for 51. No score from SKLP at the moment. And Bradham 2 for 54. Meanwhile here Bullsbrook 1 for 37. I've got 38, so I'll update that on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Breakfast, morning tea, lunch, afternoon tea or dinner. Hot food, cold food, hot drinks, cold drinks. Joey's Swan Valley Diner, there's that one. It's a diving attempt and goes to the boundary for 4. We thank Joey's Swan Valley Diner for coming on board as a sponsor of our on-screen scoreboard here. We're working behind the scenes to tweak that and automate it and make it just that little bit nicer. But of course, every Friday night, Joey's Swan Valley Diner as well contributing a couple of vouchers to give away for the video moment of the week and the effort of the week. Beats the outstretched hand of the fielder. Picked up by Miles. Still 2. Chase. And Holston gets some body on that. Stops umpire Tony Cookero jumped nonetheless. "14 overs in the book. Bullsbrook 1 for 43 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard here at Jackman Oval, home of Middle Swan Cricket Club, for this, the Week 6 broadcast on the Community Sports Show, brought to you thanks to Vision Decor and ID Athletic, our platinum sponsors, and supported as well by Barner Construction. Great to see Josh Stork and the team at Barner looking good in their shirts. Along myself, Storky. Middle Swan will ask the question, but they'll accept the decision not to be on this occasion. Well, it's got them. Tell you what, good patch here by Middle Swan, and I say that as a neutral umpire, as a neutral commentator. With every dot, the pressure builds. Bullsbrook with the job in front of them. Last week, Middle Swan putting on their highest, I think it was their highest score of the season, 204. And down in a last minute gasp there, but not going down was the catch. On this occasion, a Middle Swan get the breakthrough thereafter. All in slow motion, Jeffrey Hammond, the bowler. And that is a big wicket as Gareth van der Elst makes his way off the ground. The skipper for Bullsbrook becomes the second person out. Bullsbrook. 2 for 43. Well, just update the over as well. It's actually the 15th over in progress. Jeffrey Hammond getting the breakthrough. Van der Elst out for 22. Incoming batsman is listed as private, so not completely sure who they are. Of a bit of mystery. And the balls to face. Hammond comes in. Oh, cries of catch outside edge. Too wide for the keeper and the first slip. Gives chase. Couple of runs. Hammond just down leg. Easy runs for Bullsbrook. Finishes with a boundary, not the way he would have liked. But if you're a Bullsbrook supporter, you'd like that a lot. Takes him to 49 for 2. Wow. Middle Swan. At home against the undefeated ladder leaders, Bullsbrook, have them 2 for 49. 15 overs gone. And Holston, see the 50th come off his opening ball of the 16th over. Brings up the 50 to very muted applause. Ryan Holston. And it's back to the mark. The pads. One leg side to square leg, dot ball, and after all that, half chance there. Find out in the fines session whether that's meant to be another one there as Barros has a chuckle from second slip. tighter ball there from Ryan Holston. Finishes with a dot. Sorry, 2 for 52. Ryan Holston moves to none for 13 off 3. Jeffrey Hammond, 1 for 11 off 3 from the broadcast end. He'll continue. We make our way towards the first drinks break. Will either be 2:15 or 20 overs, whichever happens first. Good across to it. Wasn't pretty, but it was effective. Viewers, I'll update the Joey Swan Valley Diner scoreboard because I've just realised that in fact put the 3 in the wrong spot. Not in the wrong spot there though, Hammond. Continues his opening spell. Not much opportunity there other than to give chase. 4 runs. Swing and the miss. Good take from Downing. Finishes off the 17th over. 2 for 57 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Breakfast, morning tea, lunch, afternoon tea or dinner. Hot food, cold food. Joey's Swan Valley Diner can look after your belly any time of day. Perfect for the drive home after a big game of cricket. I'm not going to dob myself in, but I may or may not get them delivered during the week occasionally. No, it's been delivered straight down the throat of the man out there. And third wicket falls. And Middle Swan. Well, as we approach the drinks break, they'll come in here with a degree of confidence because they've got Bullsbrook 3 for 57. Now, I say this with a smile, viewers, because it will be a battle of batsmen versus bowlers, though. Middle Swan at the moment, you'd have to say, just on top. However, Bullsbrook with an army of bowling ability. Middle Swan with a couple of incoming batsmen today will need to be on their best form. Umpire in charge today, Tony Kukuro. Big shout out to Tony. played the competition for as long as I have, maybe even just a sneaky bit longer. Rory Bennett is out, and we'll just update that. 15 to Bennett, and it was Ryan Holston with the wicket. He's first. Incoming batsman Jacob Edwards. Sees off the first one nervously. Worked away easily, 4 runs, nicely easily there. Shout out to Brandon Girardi, not here today. Oh, inside edge there. Leads to a call of no run, and that's exactly what they get. No run. Private player on 12, Edwards. Just out to the crease now. He's on 4. Ronaldson right up in that block hole again. Really taking those shot options away from the visitors at the moment. Adanova's gone 3 for 61 as our scoreboard attendant just gets a bit of a kick up the pants for not adding the 4 before. I'll say that with a smile because that's me. So if you'd like to come in the broadcast van and maybe run the scoreboard or maybe run the camera or jump behind the mic, opportunities abound. And with the ID Athletic Tuesday T20 coming up, and now Weezer Worsley having a loss in the family and impacted on his ability to jump in the broadcast van. Looking for a couple of people to join me. Season kicking off on the 9th of December, so literally just less than a month away now. As a catch, that's going to take all of his effort. As the arms go up, not the way you like. You want a finger, not 2 arms. A big 6 there. Private, maybe in the Air Force up there at Pierce, I'm not sure. Different ball, different shot, different response. No. On the offside there, just clean that up. Big shout out to you wherever you are today. Thanks for joining me, Noel Knowlesy Johnston, live from Jackman Oval. I am of Middle Swan 78 for this round 6 C grade one-day competition match. Jeffrey Hammond comes in. Well, the drink's approaching. 19 overs gone. 3 for 67. Go to the bench for drinks after the over. Ryan Holston. Get the 20th. And that is the way you start and finish. We should take a drinks break there. That is exceptional. Middle Swan. Well, I challenged them before the game. I said, if you're good, I'll say that. If you're not, I'll say that too. And Middle Swan. Wow, they're up and about and really setting themselves up for a good crack at it here today. Four for 67. Jacob Edwards out caught off the bowling of Brett Ryan Holston for 4. Surprised, to be honest, if they call drinks on. Surprised we're not taking them, but that's just me. Wow. Twist. Ryan Twist comes out into the centre now to replace Jacob Edwards. Over the head, no real chance of catch it there. Optimism at its best. Take 2. So Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard shows 4 for 69. Where it remains. Well, he's a long way up. He had to dig that one out and done so with good form. Just one to come. We should have a drinks break. There's a catcher. Well, players, umpires, and even the bowler might have dodged out the way there. Single to finish off the 20th over. And play will continue. I said 2:15 or 20, whichever happens first. Well, I suspect we'll be taking them after this over. I heard the umpire call it though. Tony said, don't help me, no. So, right on his decision there. 4 for 71 after 20 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Well, change your bowl up. Another new player for the club joined last week, Tom Poppy, with the ball in hand. Comes in, left arm over. There, no, not to the ground, just the one. Oh, exciting. It's all going on here at the moment. Tom Poppy comes in and, well, leg by's called big appeal. I learned my lesson last week. I'll wait. The leg buys. Wow. Plenty going on here at the moment. Week 6. Bullsbrook inch their way towards the drinks break. You're on the Community Sports Show. You're with me, Bill Knowlesy Johnston, coming to you live. It's Division Decor and ID Athletic. Poppy comes in. Oh, was the call. We will now be taking a drinks break. 21 overs gone on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Middle Swan have Bullsbrook. 4 for 73. I'll just confirm that. Yep, 4 for 73. 21 overs gone. Here on the Community Sports Show, you're with me, Noel Knowlesy Johnston, coming to you live. And it's Division Decor and ID Athletic. We'll be back in just a moment. Across the globe, you're here on the Community Sports Show.
grind. The heart of per Swan, we're one of a kind. So come, raise your voices, let the anthem ring. We're the pride of per Swan. Hear the songs we all sing. Per Swan's on fire. Feel the energy soar. When the crowd starts roaring, we're ready for more. The community sports show, home of the PSCA, showing our passions to the world every day. With legend behind us and dreams in our hands, you'll find us united from the bush to the sands. The spirit of Perth, it runs through our veins. In every match played, that's where it remains. Under the hot summer sun.
Yeah! What up, Matty?
Get on red, buddy!
What up, Sal?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, one and all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night to you, wherever you are across the globe. You're here on the Community Sports Show with me, Alan Olsey Johnston, coming to you from my own club, Middle Swan, at Jackman Oval, for round 6 of the Perth Swan Cricket Association one-day C-grade competition. Middle Swan up against ladder leaders Bullsbrook, and it's Middle Swan in the control at the moment. They've got Bullsbrook 4 for 73, 21 overs gone, 22nd about to get underway. It's going to be Brett Ryan Holston to continue. He has 2 for, when he made that 3, well, there's a bit of commentary online about Ryan Twist's ability to run and something getting in the way. Well, I don't need to say too much because that's no longer an issue. Ryan Twist will be out for 3, caught off the bowling of Ryan Holston, who gets his 3rd. Middle Swan's 5th. big bowling change before the drinks break. Brett Reinholdston now with 3 for 21, leading the charge for Middle Swan. Twist out for 3. Incoming batsman Samuel Friend. Last for 2 weeks ago, took an 8 for. Well, the pressure now is real. Rise of weight. Well, I said in the opening set of 20, Middle Swan just bowling tight, really restricting this Bullsbrook attack. Let's wait on and then, yep, well, you want to be clearer than that with your calls, but they'll take it. 5 for 74, 22 overs gone on the Joeys. Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. This match proudly brought to you thanks to our platinum sponsors, Vision Decor, for all your curtain, blind awnings, and even hybrid floorings. Vision Decor have a great range of product at great prices. They're great people, as well as ID Athletic for your sporting apparel, promotional club merchandise. ID Athletic can help you build your identity. As Tom Poppy comes in, looking for another for Middle Swan here. Just joined in the club last week, Kent Street. Prodigy, player, product. This is wait on, and they'll continue to wait as that one cleaned up easily. Just down in Tom Poppy and Jeffrey Hammond, all out of the Kent Street Cricket Academy. Poppy comes in, right up in that block hole. No option for Friend other than to block it away. Poppy in, Friend defends. Couple of scores from around the grounds. Last I looked, Caversham in trouble. 5 for 70 off 18. New game against Salina Valley. Grab 'em. At home against Forestfield, they're 5 for 76. Or Carlisle, enjoying a day out at the moment. They are 2 for 121 on the road against SKLP at Maguire. 23 overs gone, 5 for 74 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Easy single. Holston comes in. This one off the, well, it's actually a good drive through the mid-wicket region. They'll continue running because Corey Kelly out on the boundary doing the job to stop it. Just two. There's a weight on it. Burns gets down to it. Oh dear, oh dear. Wow. Went into that. Thought he was going to block it. Too much swing. Couldn't find the edge, and another over in the books. 5 for 77. 24 overs completed. Wherever you are across the globe. Thanks for joining me. You're here on the Community Sports Show with me, Noel Knowlesy Johnston, coming to you live from Jackman Oval, home of Middle Swan Cricket Club for this round 6 C grade match. There's Peter Parker, private player, PP. Tries to add to his total, unsuccessfully so far. He's on 21. Well, hands went up as the ball went up, but over. Across the boundary for 4. Five for 81, Bullsbrook really will want to be putting on as many as they can, so the shots will be there, opportunities as well. Poppy says not on my watch this time, right up into the bottom of the bat. Tom Poppy. Shout out to all of our servicemen and women across the different forces. Remembrance Day in the week, 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, marking the end of hostilities. Parker, your favourite player, so he's going to be known as Peter Parker from now on, PP I think. Just shoulders, arms, speaking of Defence Force moves. Can't find the outside edge though, Poppy. End of another over, 25 gone. 5 for 81 on the Joeys. Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Breakfast, morning tea, lunch, afternoon tea or dinner. Hot food, hot drinks, cold drinks. Joey's Swan Valley Diner can look after you and your family as well as whatever hunger or thirst needs you might have. Thanks to Glenn and Mel Waring for their continued support. Well, you can dine out on that all you like. Samuel Friend becomes the 6th wicket to fall, and Ryan Holster continues to dominate. 7.1 overs, 4 for 25. As the supporters to my right cheer them on. Just writing them all down so I can capture them later. Six for 81. Wow. Middle Swan, they've been in control, but this game a long way from over yet. We all know that for a yin there's a yang, for a batsman there's a bowler. 6 for 81 off 25.1 overs. His friend out for 3. That's the bowling of Brett Ryan Holston. It's going to be Chris Mock coming out into the centre now. He'll join Peter Parker. As the Pond's dad walks past and says hello to the world.
Yes, you dropped the catch apparently.
Well, I'm not Alex Smith, the captain out there for Middle Swan. His dad's visiting from England. And I'm not the one that said it, Alex, but your dad said you dropped one. So I'll let that one through the keeper, as Alex did. As Middle Swan look to continue their run, it's great to see people enjoying themselves. Well, Ryan Holston, not to be outdone. That's a handful, and luckily for me, I've only got one working hand. That's 5 for Brett Ryan Holston now. Chris Mock becomes the latest victim. Luckily not a golden, but 3 ball up to Chris Mock, and Middle Swan have the job all but in hand. 7 for 81. Well, Brett Ryan Holston, he's got a handful. He's got 5. Looking at the scoreboard here on the Joey Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. 5 for 25. 2 balls to come for Brett Ryan Holston. And now Riley McCown comes out into the centre, nervously. He has 2 balls to face. And he watches, well watches. That one through to the keeper, Glenn Downing. Wow. End of the day, we always look for an interview. Might be Brett Ryan Holston as he finishes his spell straight through 8 overs, 5 for 25. Six overs down, 7 for 81 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard as Tom Poppy. You'll see him on screen as Phil Innett's Tom Poppy. It's a ball in hand for Middle Swan. Comes in now. He wants to join the party. Like Smith. His dad called him out for dropping the catch. Sets his field. Side edge will run away for a single. Seven, a quick look around the grounds as I can. 7 for 94, Cavish. Carlisle 3 for 152. Brabham 5 for 105. Meanwhile here, Bullsbrook 7 for 82. On the Joey Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Lots of people around the grounds will be watching this with interest. Middle Swan sitting in 4th place by just 0.2% over SKLP, with Caversham also on 2 wins in the hunt for 4th. Win vital here for Middle Swan. They won't mind a dot. That won't hurt their campaign. Bullsbrook on top 5-0. Brabham 4-1. Carlisle 3-2. That's your top 3. Then Middle Swan, SKLP and Caversham fighting it out on percentage. Poppy comes in and knocks the stumps. That's the way you do it. Tom Poppy gets a wicket for Middle Swan. His first for the club last week. Did not bat. Actually did not bowl and took 5 runs, I think, but I could be mistaken there. What I'm not mistaken about is the scoreline on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Middle Swan get their 8th wicket, and Bullsbrook minus Brandon Girardi, they moved to 8 for 82. McCown out for a 0. So just update that. Incoming batsman is going to be Phil Lancaster. Last week at in a 9. Just looking at the time as I deal with the crowd outside. Just looking at the timing here, viewers. Afternoon tea scheduled for 3:30. Still 47 minutes away. If Middle Swan can get Bullsbrook all out, before 3 o'clock, they'll have to come out and face an over or two. So a bit of strategy involved here. On the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard, 27 overs gone, 8 for 82. Big shout out to all the Middle Swan I grade boys watching online. I can see you there. Well, Brett Reinholdston has bowled his 8, so he's out of the equation. Coming in for the 28th over. It is Josh Downing. We saw him from the other end in the opening spell. One for 8 so far to Josh off 5 overs. Downing in. Batsman finds the gap. I'll take the 1. Downing in. Comes inside edge onto the pad. Stop ball. Again, Downing just in control, really just suppressing these runs, putting the pressure all on Bullsbrook. Sky ball, that clears the infield. Won't clear the boundary. They'll come back for 2. Safely so. 2 for 85. Question being asked how many left. Well, 1 ball. Tom Bobby just gets a bit of feedback and comes up off the boundary. Regulation fine, short fine leg. Got ball, should finish it off. No, 1 to come. Fire in charge. Kukuro is that man. Now that's the end of the over. 28 gone. On the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard, it is 8 for 85. I have a sneaking suspicion that Mr. Smith will be here for the test. I have to give credit to Cricket Australia, or Cricket West, whoever made the decision that all grades and all competitions next weekend get the weekend off because the Perth test, the West test, whatever you want to call it, gets underway next Friday. Good pace there by Poppy. Shout out to everyone online. You're here on the Community Sports Show. Main on Aussie Johnston. Almost not here was that batsman. Big swing, didn't connect. As Lancaster moves to 2. And Peter Parker, private player. 28 not out. And the rock on which Bullsbrook could have tried to build their innings. Fortunately for them, the wickets have put a spanner in that work. Middle Swan Cricket Club up against ladder leaders Bullsbrook in this Week 6 match of the Perth Swan Cricket Association. Proudly brought to you on the Community Sports Show by our platinum sponsors, Vision Decor and ID Athletic. Josh Downing continues. He's in his 7th over, 1 for 11. Still trying to get a Downing dismissal there. Then plan behind the stumps for Middle Swan. Not to be. It is to be. Up to thee, as they say. I'll update the scoreboard. 87 for 8. Oh, hang on. Ozzy, what are you doing on the scoreboard there, mate? Just a reminder that I need a hand occasionally. Almost, but not to be. Swung away from the edge of the bat. 8 for 87. The bird just interferes with play there and gets chased away. Shoe fly, don't bother me. On a larger scale there. So breeding season out of the way. Well, 30 overs gone. 8 for 87 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Here on the Community Sports Show with me, Noel Nosey Johnston. Thanks to ID Athletic and Vision Decor, as well as Barner Construction, BFG Plumbing and Gas, Nathan's Event Hire, and our two most recent sponsors. Joey's Swan Valley Diner sponsoring our scoreboard here today, and Intersport Slater Gartrell sponsoring our Friday night review shows. We welcome all of our sponsors, all of our followers, wherever you are. Thanks for being a part of our community. Tom Poppy now comes in. Cross of yes and then no. Well, over the opening few weeks we've seen a few chaos run-outs. This time, the answer is yes. Well, direct hit might have been interesting, but it wasn't, so they'll take the single comfortably. All the eights, 8 for 88. Lots of catch over the head and over the boundary. All the 100 approaches. Can they get there? 8 for 92. All around the grounds. Cavish 8 for 116. Carlisle 7 for 163. That's a bit of a collapse there. And Brabham 6 for 137. Poppy puts that one through for another dot. Poppy in. Draws the shot, can't draw the edge though. Poppy turns, comes in, left arm over, bit extra bounce there. That away, successfully for a dot. Over here today, Bullsbrook winning the toss, electing to bat. Coming in, they probably thought they'd have the upper edge here. Crosby, 37 last week, 4 today. Jacob Edwards, 40, not out last week, 4 today. And Brandon Girardi, not in the side, as the question gets asked and turned down. Got piling up. Lancaster on 6. And there with private player Peter Parker, double P. Swing and a miss. Return of Jacob Barros. This is the return of the clap. 3 balls to come in Downing spell. And that one off the toes. We'll wait on umpire Tony Kukuro's call. Toe of the bat, that is. Eight for 93 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Not much wrong with that, other than the fact that it didn't get the wicket or played. Final ball now for Glenn Downing. Sorry, Glenn is behind the stumps for Josh Downing. Set off that ball with another dot. 32 overs complete, 8 for 93. Lancaster on 6. Private player moves to 31. He's got himself a mention in our review show next week, which, to be honest with you, might sneak into a Thursday. See how that goes. Of course, next week, a general buy across the competition here in Perth. 2 wickets in hand, 8 overs to go, 7 runs required for the 100. What will give as we get set for the 33rd over. And on this occasion, I'll just, with a cheeky smile, give a shout out to former player here at Middle Swan, Josh Cox. He's moved up onto the northwest of the suburbs. Last time we were here and filming, we had a bit of a stretching exercise display put on in front of us. No Josh today, so no workout videos. Hammond. Jeffrey Hammond for Middle Swan, looking for the penultimate wicket, gives up a single. Hammond in. No room, no real shot option there. Just kept out. Bullsbrook trying to just hold Middle Swan out here for as long as they can. We are officially after 3 o'clock, so any dismissals here as Jeff Hammond drews that one. Just a 1. Finish off the 33rd over. 8 for 95. So if they can get the next couple of wickets, it will be an afternoon tea break. As Ollie Herman. They're watching the broadcast, they'll hear it. I say with a cheeky smile. For the 48th time, for those curious, it is Oliver Herman coming in to replace a good spell there by Josh Downing. I'll start with the dot. Downing a 1 for 13 off his 8. Oi, gets him swinging. Well, you're going to get a chance if you can get him swinging like that. Question is, will the fielders be ready, or will the bowler do it himself? Herman comes in. Well, neither of those are an option as that one chased out to the boundary. They'll come back for 2. Only 7 for 8. And the Joeys. Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. You're here with me, Noel Knowlesy Johnston, at the home of Middle Swan Cricket Club, Jackman Oval, week 6 of the Perth Swan Cricket Association C grade competition. come back for 2. And Stanley out there doing the chase. 99 for 8. Well, he's given a couple up. Won't want to give another one here. That's exactly what he does, Ollie. That's the 100 up. Lancaster moves to 12. Loads of weight there, so they do. Well, interesting start there by Oliver Herman. None for 5 off his opening over. Bullsbrook 8 for 100. This is where the challenge lies. Final couple of wickets. Always, well, not always, but a lot of the time proving to be the challenge. Give themselves out too easily. Someone swept away on the leg side for a single. The gap out there, fielder gives chase, cuts it off. Just a few gaps opening up at Middle Swan, keeping the runs to singles. Hammond comes in, pulled onto the leg side, goes out to deep square leg. Another single. Hammond in, tries to catch it. Bounces in front. Cleanly taken though. Another single. And the one I missed a couple of balls ago. 104 for 8 of 35. 5 overs remain. 30 balls. Big question. Bullsbrook. 110, 120, 130 or even 150. We've seen tails wag. They can find a couple of gaps across between the field. Boundaries will help them along the way. 8 for 104 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Well, Fielder sweeps around, cleans it up for 1. Herman in his second. Tries to catch it. The fielder just came in. It goes over his head and across the boundary. Well, this is where, and I see every game, every week of every round, the tails can prove problematic. And for 109. Herman comes in, this time clubbed onto the leg side, finds the man at square leg. Well, Lancaster on 18. And mate Peter Parker having to play the support role here. He's on 35. That one over the head. And I'm going to suggest it's going to pull up. So Jacob Burns gives chase. Slow outfield here at Jackman Oval. Take the single. Herman looking for a breakthrough for his side. Comes in. Whipped off the toes. I said it in the first session. Bowlers with a responsibility. Line and length. Yes, viewers, I know that I was a crab. And for the reminder, but well, now I'm in the commentator's box. And just leg side after leg side and a diving effort out there keeps it in. Herman finishes his second. 8 for 113. Thirty-six overs gone. 4 remain. Question is, can Bullsbrook stay out there for 4 more overs? It's been a patchy innings. Couple of ducks, no goldens. The skipper Gareth van der Elst in the 20s. Rory Bennett with 15. And then these two players, Lancaster and Peter Parker. Holding up this middle Swan attack now. Or holding out against, I should say. Hammond now in his final over as well. 1 for 28 so far to Jeffrey Hammond. And out deep will clean that up. Glitch in the matrix there. Which is why I look forward to catching up with Chris Varghese of Caversham, who's working on a prototype to give me an automated scoreboard. I look forward to that. deep backwards square for a single. Catch it over the head. Races towards the boundary. That'll be picked up inside. We'll come back for another couple. Local supporters give their encouragement. 8 for 117. 37 overs completed here on the Community Sports Show. The Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. It is 8 for 117. 37 overs gone. 3 to come. Middle Swan now looking for a breakthrough. 2 wickets they need. 3 overs they have. I'm bad at maths, but I can do that. 2 off 18 balls. Can Middle Swan do it? In their home game here. Jackman Oval. Well, inside edge. That's going to force the fielder around there to come in. But Bullsbrook quite content just to take the single. 8 for 118. Guys will catch it, but again, ripped off the legs. Up for 1. Every run they give away here, Middle Swan, they need to get. They were in a strong position earlier, but these 2 batsmen, Lancaster and the private player, Peter Parker, just having a different say here this afternoon. There's that one. Swing and a miss. Oliver Herman now in his 3rd over. A bit better so far, this one. Still a very dominant leg side field set. The batsman tries to oblige. Can't connect though. Into the toes on the leg side. We'll wait on the umpire's call. I suspect they'll be leg byes. And the umpire agrees with me. Always nice when the umpires know what I'm talking about. Well done, Tony Kukaro. That's a 120 up. He's walked him there. Missed, he swung, he missed, and all Oliver had to do was have that one on the stumps and he had him, but it wasn't, and it's wide, and it's a dot to finish off the 38th over. 8 for 120 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Breakfast, morning tea, lunch, afternoon tea or dinner. Hot food, cold food, hot drinks, cold drinks. Joey's Swan Valley Diner can look after you and your family and all your appetite needs. All right, here we go. 3 overs to come. In fact, no, 2. 38 overs gone, 39 and 40 to come. 12 balls remain. So get our scoreboard attendant to update the scoreboard on the Joey Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. 8 for 120 off 38 overs.
Yes.
And the bowling change, well, it came, and the batsman, he'd be disappointed with that. Jade Moyles won't be though, the Kiwi, the Rev, the Charger. Was due to be on the show last night, stuck at work. Well, Charger, you cleaned up one. Can you get the second? 9 for 120. Lancaster out bowled for 23, batting at 10. That's a good knock there. Phil, well done. I'll note that down for an effort of the week. And in the last batsman to come out and face this middle Swan side will be Mitchell Crosby. Into the side today, Gary Clark, no doubt, well, I say no doubt, he's listed as number 12, so we'll potentially see Gary in action in the session after drink or after tea.
I'm to the left side.
I'll pick up a pen to throw at Harley for screaming next to me. Good to have the passion though, that's what we love. Alright, Jade Miles, he was a bit loose earlier. Gets reward for effort. He's 1 for 19, comes in now. And that one, well, from boiled lollies to sweets, and from sweets to boiled lollies, a wicket to a boundary. I know which the bowler would prefer. And on the flip side, I know which one the batsman prefers. I've not got many myself. Mitch Crosby opens his account with a 4. 9 for 124. Miles to Crosby.
Yes.
And Mitch Crosby, he can swing but he can't connect. And Jade Moyles does, and that is the end of Bullsbrook's innings here. A good spell to wrap it up by Jade Moyles. Middle Swan see Bullsbrook finish all out for 124, 39th over. And just having a quick look at the scorecard there. We'll update our Joey Swan Valley Diner scoreboard in a moment. Peter Parker, the private player, 40 not out of 59. Mitch Crosby out bowled 4 by Jade Moyles. Lancaster with 23. Gareth van der Elst with 22. They are the best of the batsmen. Well, for the bowling stakes, Brett Ryan Holston with 5 for 25. I doubted myself for a second there. As we take a drinks break here, or a tea break, you're on the Community Sports Show with me, Noel Knowlesy Johnston. Thanks to Vision Decor and ID Athletic. We'll be back in about 20 minutes time, 15, 20 minutes time, to see whether Middle Swan can pull off a big upset over ladder leaders Bullsbrook.
globe. You're here on the Community Sports Show.
crowd. From Perth in Western Australia, our man Nosey and all of the team share the stories from all sports to all of the world. Everyone and every sport is welcome to join in the fun, from the large and especially the small. We're here to help them to stand proud and tall. We tell you their stories with all of the glories. We lift up the stars from near and from far. Through Facebook and YouTube and Instagram too, sharing the love of connection, it's just what we do. The Community Sports Show, your home of the people, their tales and their dreams. It's the only place for you and your teams. Everyone heard and every sport is welcome to join in the fun, from the large and especially the small. We're here to help them to stand proud and tall. We tell you their stories with all of the glories. We lift up the stars from near and from far. Everyone and every sport is welcome to join in the fun, from the large and especially the small. We're here to help them to stand proud and tall.
Well done, buddy! Get on, red buddy!
Across the globe, you're here on the Community Sports Show.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, 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 one and all, wherever you are across the globe. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, wherever you are. You're here on the Community Sports Show with me, Noel Knowlesy Johnston, coming to you live from Jackman Oval, home of Middle Swan Cricket Club, my own club, who are up against ladder leaders Bullsbrook. And after winning the toss, electing to bat, Bullsbrook all out for 124, 125 the target. Last week, Middle Swan putting on 204, so it is achievable. Question is, what will happen? Be sure to stick with us as we bring you the second innings. Thanks to Vision Decor and ID Athletic, our platinum sponsors. And if I know my batsmen, I feel like saying it's Jeffrey Hammond and Oliver Herman out there opening up for Middle Swan. It is in fact both those players. Crosby opening the attack. Vigorous appeal, turned down, umpire Tony Kukero shows zero interest. Hold on to the leg side, no man out there. Races away downhill. And then boundary of the innings, 4 runs. Just wait on the AHQ to update. See if it doesn't match what I do. 0 for 4. Make that 1 for 4. As Bullsbrook get the breakthrough early. And that's a big wicket for Bullsbrook. So they look to defend 124. Early breakthrough there. Well, I said it before and I'll say it again. From boiled lollies to sweets and from sweets to boiled lollies, Jeffrey Hammond will be disappointed with that. 83 off 67 last week, 15 fours, and today, not the day he was looking for. Now bowled Mitchell Crosby for 4. Incoming batsman James Winstanley to the crease. Former club president, current treasurer, former captain of this top side. Well, Jeffrey Hammond will just have to sit and cheer his teammates on. Mitchell Crosby looks to get the second for Bullsbrook. Comes in when Stanley just pushes it back. Your friend comes in. Dot ball, 8 for a couple of weeks ago. As a smiling man that I am, with my Medal Swan hat on, I hope he doesn't repeat that. With my broadcasting hat on, love him to repeat that. Friend comes in. Big appeal, confident appeal, but not to be. That's to be. And the stumps go careening backwards in Bullsbrook. Well, they're 5-0 on top. And right now, they are showing why. Samuel Friend gets his first. The wicket of Oliver Herman falls. Bullsbrook have Medal Swan, by my count, and I'll just double check, 2 for 4. Well, it is a game of moments, and Middle Swan, WA's oldest club, being put under the spotlight here at the moment. Two overs down, 2 for 4. Herman out for a duck. Incoming batsman. Just double check because we've got a couple of. They are registered, but they're full ins at the moment. I think that might be Corey Kelly. Well, yes, this is where the internal conflict comes to play. Bullsbrook have also come to play, and Middle Swan. Unfortunately for the Middle Swan fans at home, on the cusp of throwing away one they might have got. 3 for 4. Third over. James Winstanley with a golden duck. Wow. What can you say other than to say well done Bullsbrook at the moment? Not phased here. Middle Swan over 200 runs last week. Looking to hold on to fourth here. So some big moments ahead for the 78. And now it is Jacob Burns coming out into the centre. Number 5, the Middle Swan. So Corey Kelly and Jacob Burns. 2 fresh batsmen out there. We update the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Middle Swan 3 for 4. Third over in progress. Yes, you heard that correct. 3 for 4. Third over in progress here at Jackman Oval. Well, just need some consolidation here at the moment, Middle Swan. Just bunker down. Oh, he got a bat on that. The Bullsbrook arms all go up in unison there. Inspired opening spell here by the Bullsbrook bowlers. Crosby, 2 for 4. Samuel Friend, 1 for 1. Or 1 for none, should say, for Friend. That one down leg side, not called. Well, 3 overs gone, 3 for 4. Here at Jackman Oval on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. So optimistically move my cursor to the score column. Just speaking of scores, around the grounds during the drinks break, did get a chance to have a quick look. Cabbage all out for 153. Carlisle put in on 9 for 204. And then Brabham were 5 for 76, 6 for 137, were 7 for 229, and then 9 for 232. 2 wickets in the last couple of balls by Forestfield. Right. Just making some adjustments in the stump box up the far end. Northern end here at Jackman Oval. Corey Kelly has the job in hand. Interesting times, let's say. Samuel Friend turns. Comes in now, big left arm over. And that is absolutely perfect from Samuel Friend. Middle Swan. Some soul searching to do here. As many wickets as they have runs. 4 for 4. As Friend gets his second, he has 2 for none. In his second over here at the moment. Another duck off 2 for Corey. Well, I say another duck for Corey Kelly. Another duck for Middle Swan. And now, talk about having to dig deep here. We saw his dad walking around the boundary before over here from England for a family catch-up and maybe a bit of cricket, no doubt. Well, let's see what Papa Smith thinks of his son Alex as the captain and club president for Middle Swan. Comes out into the centre here now. Jacob Burns and Alex Smith in the centre for Middle Swan. Samuel Friend, ball in hand. Well, right, forget the scoreline for a moment. Middle Swan really, really need to just hunker down here, defend their stumps, defend their home ground. Friend comes in again, this time watched by Smith. To catch it, but he has to hit it for it to be out. Well, we saw the tail for Bullsbrook wag. Lancaster putting on 23, Middle Swan. Not into the tail yet, but we've certainly got into the middle. And we're over in the bank as a few piggy comments coming in there. Brendan Girardi. Not here today. Online, big shout out to Jura. Well, he gets a mention online, Binger, accused of bleeding runs. Not exactly something you can say here at the moment. Get out by Burns. Crosby works that one away. Mitch Crosby comes in. Jacob Burns, solid in defence. One down leg again, not called by umpire Tony Cookrow. Satisfied it's inside that line, and that's what matters. This one does get the arms outstretched and slow run scoring at best, 4 for 5. Survival first, winning second here for the 78s. Five overs down, 4 for 5 on the Joeys. Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. This match proudly brought to you thanks to our platinum sponsors. Vision Decor for all your curtain, blind, awnings and even hybrid flooring needs. Vision Decor offer a great range of products at great prices because they're great people. Samuel Friend comes in, picked out by Smith, the captain for Middle Swan. You won't want to keep out too much at ID Athletic for your sporting apparel and promotional club merchandise. ID Athletic can help you and your club build your identity. Edge away for a dot. A little bit extra bounce, a little bit extra pace. Smith just watches that one into the ground. around the grounds. Lenna Valley 2 for 40. KLP 2 for 34. And Forestfield 1 for 13. None of those as bumpy as it is here at the moment. Middle Swan 4 for 5 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Okay, we've got runs off the bat, and I say that with no small degree of mixture of irony and satisfaction. 2 runs. Pardon me. Well, 4 for 7. Long way back for the Middle Swan 78s here. 4th place on the line is KLP in the hunt, along with Cavish. Take the spot off Middle Swan, and that is a great ball. Nothing but stumps. You can see him sprayed, and that is an ominous sign for Middle Swan as Jacob Burns becomes the 5th to fall. Good ball nonetheless there. 5 for 7, and looking at the bowling stakes here, turns out for a 12-ball duck. Guys of take your time, well, sage words there. With trepidation, we move across to the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard to update that. 5 for 7. 7th over in progress. Now, with my show hat on, I've seen a number of low scores, quite a few so far this season. Let's hope I'm not looking at the lowest of the season here today. Middle Swan to rebound. I'll start with a dot. Try and pick up who that is. I think it could be Glenn Downing. Strike. He is out of the game. Back up today. Did the wicket keeping job and gets off the mark with a single. Those of yes, that one. I'll have to. Oh no, it's going to get there. A very rare boundary, but a much needed one for the home side here. And to quote someone online, Binger, leading runs. come in cross, or according to that, two to come. Mitchell Crosby's fifth over, fourth over. That'll be a wide, so he'll get another one anyway. And no, viewers, your eyes are not deceiving you. Middle Swan currently 5 for 13. We finished the 7th over. Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard 5 for 13. Muted appeal from Bullsbrook there. Oh, Brock online there saying that Bullsbrook's J grade have got the win. And on to C grade. Nick Peake just having a cheeky comment there. He talked about the fielding before. Well, maybe bad in practice. I'm not saying anything. Speaking of next week, just a reminder, there is no official broadcast with the Ashes test here in Perth. It is a general bye weekend, no grades, no competition, but we will still have our Friday night review show. The crowd online, good to have you with me, wherever you are across the globe. Thanks for joining me. Mel Halsey Johnston coming to you live on the Community Sports Show, thanks to Vision Decor and Idea Athletic. Sammy Friend comes in. He's a friend to no Middle Swan players out there at the moment. 2 for 2, Samuel Friend. Meanwhile, Mitch Crosby, 3 for 11. Middle Swan, 5 for 13. 5 weight. Echoes out across the ground. Square leg change. Around the grounds, Helena Valley in trouble. They're 5 for 42. There's KLP at 4 for 40, so it's not unique here. Although Middle Swan 5 for 15 is the least optimal. Straight to the fielder. Oh, he went chasing, left it. Well, good decision in the end. Gets the wide. Crosby. Well, shot selection. It's a phrase I'm going to use there. Mitch Crosby draws a bad shot out. Middle Swan on track for the lowest scoring C grade of the season so far on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. And that was the skipper, Alex Smith. Just get that updated there. Out for 6, Smith becomes the 6th. 6 for 16. Well, talking before the match today, I said there were 2 ways this could go. And as Josh Downing comes out to, I believe that's join his dad. Down leg, swung back in, allowed to go through the keeper. Tries to catch it, but it's wide of the fielder. They want to look for 2, settle for 1. Chase out there. 9 overs down, 6 for 17. Mitch Crosby at the moment, 5 overs, 4 for 13. Samuel Friend about to have his 5th. He has 2 for 4. Well, it's almost a race to the bottom at the moment here. Middle Swan just giving up wickets. Eight. No, seven. I'm riding us off too quickly. By us, I am part of Middle Swan, so it's hurting me to sit here watching this, but I'm sure the viewers at home from Bullsbrook are loving it right now. Dave Peace cheekily suggesting it's a green top. Well, whatever sort of top it is, it's over the top at the moment. If you're a Middle Swan fan, 7 for 17. Some work to do here for the home side. Just try and pick up the incoming batsman because there's a couple of new names in there. I've got it at Brett Reinholdston and Jade Moyles. There's a catch, down leg, dot ball. Three for four to friend so far. Well, they'll take them how they come at the moment, Middle Swan. Need every single run they can get. Jade Moyles on strike for Middle Swan. There's a catcher, but you won't catch that as it races away to the boundary for runs. Actually, it's got fill in, so I'm going to say that's Glenn down and out there with Ryan Holston. One ball to come in, Samuel Friends. Fifth over comes in. There's a catch, falls short. Into the over. 10 overs gone. Middle Swan, 7 for 22. And the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Breakfast, lunch, morning tea, afternoon tea or dinner. Whatever time you want a snack or a meal. Just head up to Joey's Swan Valley Diner. They'll look after you. Could actually be Tom Poppy as well, so I'm not completely sure which of them it is. I'm going to say it's Tom Poppy out there. Pick up the accuracy there. Poppy and Ryan Holston, middle Swan, the batsman out there. Claw their way to a drinks break. One showing the green deck question to be close to accurate. I think you could be right there, Rick. It is on the way home. That's a big hit, and it's over the head of the fielder who gives chase. Come back for two. Some much needed runs for Middle Swan. As Rick says, the boys will be heading home early, obviously up there at Pickett Park, Rick. There's a catch over the head. Fielder gives chase. We'll pull that up comfortably. They'll come back just as comfortably for two. This one scoreboard showing 7 for 25. I've got it at 26. I'll leave that for the moment. There's a catch, but wide of the man at point. Just the one. I'm going to leave my score alone as the Joey Swan Valley Diner scoreboard as the AHQ scoreboard updates. On to come. Had a go at it, can't argue with that. $11 overs completed, 7 for 26 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. You're here on the Community Sports Show with me, Noel Knowlesy Johnston, coming to you live from Jackman Oval for round 6 of the Perth Swan Cricket Association one-day C-grade division. Well, Mitch Crosby, 4 for 17. Samuel Friend on this end at the moment. 3 for 9 in his 6th over here now. 1 ball in. Well, his hand went up. He thought he had him. He doesn't. They look for 2. Get them at a Knowlesy pace. Friend comes in, gets him swinging, can't connect though. Samuel Friend comes in, draws the appeal but not the finger. Quick look around the grounds. Helena Valley 6 for 55. SKLP 6 for 64. And Forestfield having the best of the second innings performances. They're 2 for 43. Friend comes in. Fielder has to give chase directly in front of the broadcast van. It's almost going to pull up and does. Gary Clark makes an appearance on the broadcast. Finish off the over. 12 down, 12 overs gone. 7 for 30. Well, Mitch Crosby bowled 6 straight for 4 for 17. Got Ryan Holston in the centre now for Middle Swan. Over the infield, couple of bounces away for 4. Well, if they give you the width, capitalise on it. Just 91 runs remaining. Over's not an issue. Batsman in the shed is the challenge for Middle Swan here. Got away with, I'll say got away with that one. Didn't really make any meaningful contact. So by my reckoning, Tom Poppy on 12. Ryan Holston on 8. And up behind the stumps. I think that might be Riley with the gloves. one end of the pads. Take one umpire signals leg buys. I said it before, I'll say it again. Happy birthday to my granddaughter Amelia. Growing up so fast in art and media and Gavo. Doing some courses at Whopper, which makes me very happy. Well, why wouldn't you stick with the same bowlers? They've got you all 7 wickets so far. Samuel Friend in his 7th over. 3 for 13 to his name. Worked off the hips for a single. Leg by. Either way, Middle Swan moved to 36 for 7. Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. This match proudly brought to you thanks to ID Athletic, one of our platinum sponsors. For your sporting apparel and promotional club merchandise. ID Athletic can help you and your club build your identity just as they've done for us. I'm proud to be wearing my ID Athletic top here at the moment. Talk to Josh and the team. Come on, Nolsey Senya. Yes, that one will be cleaned up easily for 1. Up in the air, over the head, as our cameraman just gets a bit ahead of the ball. Going to come in Samuel Friend's 7th over, 3 for 15. Is your drop ball there? No interest from the batsman or the fielders. Into the 14th. 7 for 38. Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Here on the Community Sports Show. Thanks to Vision Decor and ID Athletic, our platinum sponsors. I can see Barner Construction there, Josh Stork and the team. If you need something big built, build it with Barner. Construction is their business, and they'll look after you. We've got a bowling change from the far end. It's going to be, well, there was a bit of sledging of this bloke earlier. Ryan Twist. I'm going to say who, but you might want to look at the family there. Kurt. One will get pulled up inside the boundary. They'll settle for one. Inching their way towards the drinks break. Hoping to get some words of wisdom to see them home here today. They did the hard yards early. They'll need a couple more of those. It won't carry to the boundary though. And they settled for one. All slowed down. Still take the single though. Twisty. Ryan Twist comes in for Bullsbrook. They're definitely in the driver's seat here at the moment. That one finds the gap. Just casually watch it roll downhill for four. Seven for 46. And the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. 15 overs gone. Will we have a change? No. It looks like friend to continue. Got to dig deep. They try to hit him. Well, optimistic. 47 for 7. Friend comes in. Puts his arm in hope not to be single. Good fight back from where they were, Middle Swan. But still plenty of work to do here. It's a fielder on the offside, dot ball. Friend comes in. It's a catch, doesn't carry. The old, oh, so close yet not. That's the end of Sammy Friend's spell. 3 for 18 off 8. 2 maidens. And 16 overs gone. Middle Swan. 7 for 49. Well, a couple of overs till the drinks break. Just having a look on the Joey's, the Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. 16 overs gone. 4 overs remaining until the scheduled drinks break. The challenge for Middle Swan is to get there. Tries to catch it, but that one wide of the fielders. Races downhill across the boundary for 4. 1 or 2 of those and over. Next 4 or 5 overs would set it up at least. 53 for 7. Iron twist. Comes in. Draws a dot. There's a catcher, but again over the head of the fielders. This is away downhill, 4 more. Good fight here by the Middle Swan tail. Top ball. There's a yes. Just holds up. There's a couple. Single, I should say. 58. 58 for 7 off 17 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. I said it for Bullsbrook. Tail can often be the hardest ones to get out. And at the moment, Middle Swan. Hoping that is the situation. Rory Bennett comes into the attack. Samuel Friend, as I said, 3 for 18. Mitch Crosby with 1 over in his pocket still. He's got 4 for 21. Then it comes in. Clark gives chase. Well, they negotiate. Well, that was a negotiation in the field and out in the centre. It's a one run. That's better on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Let's get that looking correct. Bennett comes in. Beats the bat. Beats the fielder in there. Slow outfield. We've seen that today. And Middle Swan content to take singles at the moment. Just get into the drinks break. Regroup. On the Carmen Bennett's opening over. He's in, loose ball on the leg side, taken away. Another single. I believe, just wait on the umpires there. I think we're taking a drinks break. It seems so. So we'll be back in just a moment here on the Community Sports Show. Thanks to Vision Decor and ID Athletic as the players take a drinks break. After 18 overs, Middle Swan 7 for 61 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. 4 wickets to Mitch Crosby, 3 to Samuel Friend, and it's a bleak looking scoreline if you're a Middle Swan fan. Ryan Holston, he's on 17, Phil in on 28. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night. Wherever you are across the globe, you're here on the Community Sports Show with me, Noel Knowlesy Johnston, coming to you live from Jackman Oval. For the week 6 one-day C-grade match, and with my middle Swan hat on, I've got a frown on my face. I want to turn it upside down, but right now, Bullsbrook in control, 7 for 61. They've got middle Swan, and I can confirm during the break I did double check. It is Brett Reinholdston on 17, not out, and the fill-in unnamed is in fact Glenn Downing in his first game for 4 years. Putting his son to shame, Josh with 1, Glenn only sitting on 28, not out. One Holson works that one onto the leg side. Take the single. Be curious to know what advice, if any, the captain offered these two batsmen. That's a catch. Got away to it. We couldn't quite get there. 4 runs. Score moves to 7 for 66. At least on my scoreboard. The Joey's Swan Valley official scoreboard, that is. Around the grounds. That's a catch and no chance there. They'll settle for 1. That seems to be the modus operandi here. Around the grounds, Leonard Valley 8 for 85 of drinks. SKLP 8 for 101. And in the other match, Forestfield 3 for 101. After 18 and a half, chasing 232 against Brabham, who went from 6 for 137 to 7 for 229, thanks to an 80-run batting performance by someone there. That's a snick, that's a inside edge. Well, all over it's a call, and it is.
You have the score on the I grade? The grade?
Just trying to appease the masses quickly. I'm sure he's got a phone, he could look this up himself. But because I'm a nice guy, I will have a look, because I'm also curious. Oh dear, oh dear. The Couriers will be hot tonight, because the run chase for Middle Swan at City Beach is not. They have at least 5 for 84, so they got bragging rights at the moment over the C grade side here. Wherever you are across the globe, you're here on Community Sports Show. Thanks to Vision Decor, curtain blinds, awnings, even hybrid floorings, and ID Athletics, sporting apparel, promotional club merchandise. And let's promote that because Ryan Holston continues. He did well with the ball. He took 5 for 25 and he's put himself in the running for the Knowlesy Effort of the Week award on next week's review show, Into Sports Later Gartrell review show. Unfortunately, his teammates haven't really helped him here today. That shot, well, sneak through for 1. Takes the score to 7 for 71. 20th over in progress. Scoreboard on our screen a little behind. Rory Bennett comes in for Bullsbrook. We're going to catch that straight into the ground. Looking interesting indeed, at least Middle Swan fighting, continuing to fight, and that's what you want to see in your club. Down, up against the wall. Middle Swan, after being 4 for 4 off 4 overs, find themselves 7 for 71 after 20. 54 runs required, and as we've seen on the review show, tails can wag. So, opportunity here. Well, dances that one. 20 overs to go. A couple of runs per over is all they need, 2.5. So no desperation required, just solid play. And that's cries of captured. That's up in the air, man out there. Can't get there. 6 runs, well that'll help. Crowd here, intimate crowd, get excited. Well, he goes back to back boundaries, 6 and 4. Brett Reinholdston. Well, they've got the runs they need this over. No need to chase silly ones there. Good change up, just drops it in. Well managed there though. Chris Mock. None for 18 off 1.5. Final ball in his second. Tries of catch, it'll fall short. I'll take the single. It'll leave Downing on strike at this. I know it'll leave Reinholdston on strike at the northern end. 21 overs gone, 7 for 83 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. You're on the Community Sports Show for week 6 of the Perth Swan Cricket Association one-day C-grade competition. Rory Bennett, ball in hand for Bullsbrook, turns, comes in, Reinholdston on strike. Oh, leading edge. But they'll take one. Then Downing. I don't want to be weird about this, but I think all the Middle Swan players will need to chuck in a few bucks and get him an ice bath or something, because he'll be sore and sorry tomorrow. There's a catch over the head. 9-9 pulls up inside the boundary. I want to turn one into two at least. Spongy out there. "40 runs are required now." One goes down. They'll settle on the dot after a bit of an initial call confusion. Then it comes in. Then down him, just pushes it back for a dot. Pressure transfers. Bullsbrook were in control. Are they still? Question to be answered. 7 for 86, Middle Swan. And that one they'll just content themselves with watching it as it crosses the boundary. 4 more. That's 90 on the books now. 7 for 90. And the Joey's Swan Valley die on the scoreboard. 22 overs gone. 23rd over. About to get underway here at Jackman Oval. 35 runs are required as Bullsbrook bring on another bowling change. Rory Crosby into the attack, and this is a problem for Middle Swan. 5 for 19 last week, Rory. Mitch already with 4 to his name today. It's an old school ad from the, I feel like saying 70s and 80s. It's about school shoes. Crosby's. Yeah, great, mate. And right now, Mitch, a little look of curiosity from the spectator there. Mitch and Rory Crosby trying to be the greats for Bullsbrook. And yes, viewers, you won't get those bad dad jokes from the 80s on any other show other than here on the Community Sports Show. And I will not apologise for that. That's what makes me special. My mum says I'm special. Off on the leg side, another single. Gaps out there for Middle Swan if they play the patient game. Big crowd online. Big shout out to you all wherever you are. Thanks for joining us today. Big gap there. They'll just take a single. And down and works it onto the leg side. Another single. Bullsbrook now with the question to answer. How do they set a field to stop these runs? Singles will do it from Middle Swan. Seven for 95. Joey Swan Valley scoreboard. 4 more. Well, Middle Swan. 1 run shy of 100. And I have to tell you, viewers, if I had my hand on my heart, an hour ago I thought 50 was unachievable. That one off the pads. Dot ball. 23rd over completed. 7 for 99. Bullsbrook currently sitting on top of the C grade ladder, undefeated, 5 wins, no losses, ahead of Brabham and Carlisle. Middle Swan holding on to 4th place at the moment. Need the win to stay ahead of SKLP and Caversham. Caversham looking likely to get the win over Helena Valley at Dayton District Open Space. No guarantees there, just like there are none here. And now, not just bowling change, or it is Chris Mock coming on from the broadcast end as a field. We've got Cow Corner, deep mid on, mid off. Tries of catch, that's not going to be the case. Almost done a hammy out there by the look of it. Well, I smile as Nosey thinks I could play at this speed. There's the 100 up. Van Holston just cuts it into the ground, contents himself with the dot. Patience here now. Overs and balls, not the issue. Umpire Tony Cookero won't be giving too many wides. He's been consistent all day. Straight to the fielder. Dot ball. Comes in, into the ground. No interest in a run, no interest in trying to get the run out there because there's no one running. Mock. Have to content himself with another dot, another single, I should say. And the 4 overs gone, 7 for 101 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. 25th over, about to get underway. 2 runs and over, or 1 3/4 runs per over. And Middle Swan will take this from the jaws of defeat, but they've still got their work ahead of them. tries to catch it. It's gone a long way. We'll wait and see what the umpire says. 4 more as I respond to the comments online. Partnership. It is, Bo, I can tell you it is Glenn Downing out there at the moment. Partnership, I'm not completely sure of numbers wise, but I can tell you it's a good one. That one down leg side will add to the total, plus the 4 to take it to 106. 20 runs. There's a catch it. It's up in the air. It's over the head. That's safe. And that's a single. What I can tell you is that this, I don't have an exact number, but let's just say Glenn Downing 44 not out. Brett Reinholdston moves to 44 not out as well. Wow. Pressure on Bullsbrook here now. Bowlers needing to find a line that creates the opportunity. Rory Crosby in his second over. Comes in again. Not out, so they'll take the run. It'll be a leg by, no doubt. Tony Cookero confirms that. Well, viewers, I have to smile because sometimes I talk about tails and the top and the tails. This tail doing all it can. And Brett Reinholdston leading that charge with another boundary. He moves to 48. Well, plenty of viewers online watching this finish here, and that one just too much width on leg side and enough pace on the ball to go for another 4. And that brings up the 50 for Brett Reinholdston. At the 4-hour 30-minute mark, Reinholdston pulls up his 50. And another wide well. All of a sudden, Bullsbrook staring down the barrel. Need one here. Not going to be that one. 119 for 7 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. 25 overs gone. And the pressure falls on Chris Mock. And his 4th over. None for 21 off his opening 3. Middle Swan need 6, and I'm just doing a quick count there. Need 6 for victory. Reinholdston on strike. Straight to the fielder, dot ball. Good for Bullsbrook. Well, of catch, it's over the head. It's over the boundary as well. Wow. Brett Reinholdston will get at least my votes for player of the match here this afternoon. Seven for 123 on the Joey's Swan Valley Diner scoreboard. Cries of bring them all in, make him hit over the top. Well, it's a tough road home from here for Bullsbrook. Not just literally straight up the highway there, they know where they're going. But after having Middle Swan 4 for 4, it's going to be 1 with a 6. Brett Reinholdston brings it home for Middle Swan with a boundary to round it out, and from the jaws of defeat, Middle Swan claim victory over the ladder leaders. And I can hear the cheers behind me. Middle Swan with a 6 to finish, 129 for 7 of 26 overs, or 25.3, enough to defeat Bullsbrook. All out 124. And Middle Swan. Well, they did the hard yards in the first innings and bowled Bullsbrook out for 124. Then, in a calamity to start, 4 for 4 off 4. It was not pretty, but it was effective, and Middle Swan will take the points here this afternoon. As the two teams come in together, acknowledge each other. Looking at the scoreboard for Middle Swan, leading the way, Brett Reinholdston, 63 not out off 55 balls. Glenn Downing, the fill-in there, not out 44. That was the tail of the tape there. Brett Reinholdston with 5 for 25, 63 not out, will be the player of the match here on the Community Sports Show for round 6 of the Perth Swan Cricket Association one-day C grade. I am Noel Nosey Johnston on behalf of our platinum sponsors, Vision Decor, for all your curtain blinds, awnings, and even hybrid floorings. Vision Decor, great products, great prices, because they're great people. And ID Athletic, sporting apparel and promotional club merchandise. ID Athletic can help you and your club build your identity. Talk to them and get them to help as they help us. Till next week, I'll post up what day I'm going to do the review show. I'm thinking Thursday, because with a bye next week for the Ashes test, there will not be a lot on. But till next time, wherever you are across the globe, please take care out there. Stay safe. Be nice to yourself, but just as importantly in these troubled times, be nice to those around you too. Bye.
Across the globe, you're here on the Community Sports Show.
the rivers, beside golden sands too. Listen up, Earth, this anthem's for you. All over town, Perth, Swan, cricket lighting the way. The great game of cricket, we live it every day. The pitch, it's a battle of will. The smell of the turf and the cheers that still thrill. Grass beneath our feet, we sweat and we grind. The heart of Perth Swan, we're one of a kind. So come, raise your voices, let the anthem ring. We're the pride of Perth Swan. Hear the songs we all sing. Perth Swan's on fire. Feel the energy soar. When the crowd starts roaring, we're ready for more. The community sports show, home of the PSCA, showing our passions to the world every day. With legend behind us and dreams in our hands, you'll find us united from the bush to the sands. The spirit of Perth, it runs through our veins. In every match played, that's where it remains. Under the hot summer sun, Perth Swan cricket is igniting the flame, rocking the globe with the sound of the game.